Hey, everybody. I lost my air server connection there. Hold on, let me fix that. I was trying to play like a little bit of music and from the game, and it kind of stopped on me just there. I suppose like these songs won't sound that great because they're like playing over out the speaker and then picked up by the microphone and then out onto the stream. I don't think they ever sound that great, but I don't know. Okay, I'll try it again. Let's see. I'll go ahead and okay, fine. All right, hey, I'm making a game. It's called the Godkiller, and I'm gonna demo. Music from the game. Alright, enough of that. It's got lyrics to it, so I'll make a karaoke song later inside the game. You can look at the words on the screen. If you wonder what I'm talking about, just look through the YouTube archive, go back about a month. There's some stuff about karaoke screens, which are big screens that are inside the game that show words along with music playing. So yeah. So I did that yesterday. I also did some a pretty minor set of improvements that aren't extremely visible. These things called bystanders. Right now, actually, I see one bug I need to fix. So, but it's helpful in at least demonstrating the other thing that I did actually fix. So if you see their arms, they're all kind of going out at the same time. If I move, they'll move and they'll come to a rest and they'll have randomized animations after that. So let's try that. Okay, so now they're not all doing in unison the same idle animation because I just set a random location to each one of their idle animations or standing animations. I guess I'll go back one more day and demo other stuff. These guys now have a block pushing behavior. I can set it per level, so I can, or even per creature, and I can say you are pushing blocks. That's what you do, and you're going to push them in certain directions: north, south, west, east. It goes along with a certain level. It's planned in the game. That there's story along with it, where all these people are working at pushing blocks. So they've got some very simple AI that tells them find the nearest block, move to the square which will allow you to push it in a certain direction, and go ahead and push it. So right now they're all given orders to push blocks north. I can change it to east. Now they're all pushing blocks east. I can do south. Another thing they do is if I'm standing or anybody else is standing in front of a block that would be pushed, they stop themselves from They mostly stop themselves from pushing it. Interesting. Seems like there might be some cases where they don't stop from pushing it when you get in front of them. I might have 2 bugs to fix before I can go on to the next thing. Oh, I see what's happening. So it's not the blocks that are getting me, it's their normal movement. So the punching somebody and moving into their square is the same thing. So if I move into the square that they're already going, they're gonna ram me. It's just like if I move east, I'll knock this guy east. Yeah, he needs better trails. Okay, if I move east here, so if I move from here to here, this guy's gonna go north and push me against the wall. Oh, he was already going east. Never mind. There we go. There's an example. But if they're just pushing blocks, like this guy, let's see, what's the current direction? South. Yeah, he's like kind of, this guy's going back and forth because I'm in his way. But as soon as I get out of the way, he pushes. Okay. Dang it, I just saw 3 problems. I gotta write them down. It's not good when you can see a lot of problems all at once. So let's add back in the bystanders, because I called them 100% done yesterday. If I see some bugs, I want to fix them. I don't want to move on to something else until they're fixed. So the bugs I found. Punching as a consequence of moving. In other words, they should be checking that they're not going to push somebody, me included. What else did I see? Not okay when block is blocked, moving between 2 alternating squares instead of staying in pushing square. Okay, 2 bugs. There's a third thing I just saw. This is why I gotta write them down, because I'm already forgetting what the third thing was. Oh yeah. Initial idle animation is not randomized. I thought it would be, but apparently it's not. Okay, so you get the idea. There's 2 other directions. By the way, the song you just heard, I can play it in the game too. I'll turn it off though. So yeah, that's what's up. So I'm going to try to get through those 3 bugs I just identified and move on to the Heavies. Heavies are another creature in the game, and they've got some different powers and behavior. And there's a need to do some specialized animations for them, and I'm actually kind of interested in the effect of it. I think it'll be very funny what they do. They're big creatures, but when they get close to other things, they should kind of squeeze in a little bit tighter, so that they don't like go off into the other squares. So I think that'll be fun. All right. I did also yesterday consider a certain business idea, and then I rejected it. The idea was that So in the past on other games and media projects, I've paid royalties to people with the idea that, we might make it big with this thing. We might really hit the jackpot. And some of those projects petered out, and there was still an obligation as the years went by and this project was more or less dormant to continue paying royalties, or at least give a report to the people to say, hey, we didn't earn any money at all in this particular thing, therefore no royalties due. We might earn like a tiny little bit of money, and then there'd be an obligation to send somebody a check for $2.52. And then for that we had to sometimes add thresholds, like payout thresholds, where you have to get above $20, then you pay out. It is a pain, and it's demoralizing when you're maintaining that for a project where it no longer matters, but you're still trying to keep your obligations to people. So I had this idea. I still think it is a good idea for some projects. I just don't think it's going to work for mine, or it's the best choice I personally have. I call it launch sharing, and it's like a royalty payout, but over a limited amount of time, or just the launch of the product. You could say a year, 2 years, something like that. And then the shares are sort of made more generous than they would normally be, because the term of the payout will be limited to that initial duration. I think it is a good idea. It's just that I realized even simpler than that, and leading to less stress and potential misunderstandings, is just paying people as contractors. It seems likely that I would have enough of a budget from either my own personal savings or from a partnership with a publisher to pay contractors for very clear limited term work, which is what I've done some of that already. Like the character models inside the game are definitely just me paying this guy named Isaac to do the work, and it's just a simple way to do it, and I think I'm going to go with simplicity on it, not figure out some kind of clever royalty scheme. But I am sort of intrigued by that idea. I think it is probably a good thing to use in some projects, just not this one. Okay, so let's get to work. Let's fix a few bugs. Oh, that said, the idea that still is in play is open sourcing. Because one of the things I want to do is create some kind of playground where I can identify people that would make sense to, have some kind of contracting relationship with. So there's going to be a lot of levels that need to be made. And there is a certain community from previous games of mine that's excellent at making puzzle games for steppers, or stepping games like this. But I don't know that they're going to be able to do the 3D modeling stuff too. And maybe they don't know. Like, they'd have to give it a try. They'd have to load up the project inside of Unity and add in the assets and see how they do with moving dimensions of things and stuff like that. Working with Pro Builder modeling, things like that. So it seems to me that if I want that clear-cut, easy contracting relationship, I need to set up some kind of playground, and open sourcing the project does seem like a good way to do it. That was the Drod model. We open sourced the whole thing. Now it also had a level editor in it. This does not have a level editor. So yeah, I think I'm feeling like 75% sure I'll do that. The trick to it would be getting some kind of deployment that doesn't put every single thing up on Unity. There's got to be like a slightly not Unity, on like a GitLab or a GitHub. I can't put every third-party asset out there. I don't have rights to do that. And also, I don't really want to open source the media, like the songs and the graphics and stuff. I might let some kind of subset of the work that I myself have done go out there, but I don't want like all the different assets out there for grabs. And I know people can reverse engineer them from player builds, but I'd rather not just give my blessing to people going out and using them, because then I have no recourse. Well, even recourse is not quite the right word. So if somebody makes a game and it's totally legal for them to use all the assets in my game, it does actually hurt me, because then like the look and feel of the game is duplicated someplace else. Their game may be a lower quality than mine, but still my assets are in there. And then like if there's this other group, they're not like bad people necessarily, but they're just putting out something that uses my assets, and it could be kind of associated with me in some way and make the quality of my game seem lesser, and I don't want that. I want the assets that are in my games, like the media type things, to be really part of my release. I realize people can still grab them out, but to pull them out of the player build and all that, but they wouldn't have legal rights to use them, so that would be a bit of a deterrent at least. And potentially I could sue someone, like if there was just somebody that just took the whole game and just put their company name on it and tried to sell it. I could definitely sue them if they're in the right country, I guess. So yeah, those are the challenges of open sourcing. If there's a reason why I wouldn't do it, it would be because the benefits of open sourcing don't outweigh the effort in setting up the releases and maintaining it and having extra communication with people. All right. This one, I think this should be pretty easy. I think I just need to call this function that I set up on Okay, let me do this one first. That's the way to do it. Don't need to use get component, but it's maybe a little more direct to use board piece groups. reactants to get transforms. Yeah, okay. So I can put this in animator util. Let's try that. It can be a little more. More general in case there's something else I want to use later. Oh, I've already got this. Okay, use this. Use this. By reusing some existing code, I also stop myself from creating another bug for me to fix. Okay, so let's say stand. Alright, let's see how that works. Usually I reserve this maximize on play for demoing, but I actually want to be able to see them larger so I can more readily tell if they're been randomized or not. I think they're not randomized. Okay, so let's see what the console looks like. No obvious bugs. Let me put two of them right next to each other. That's going to help me out. Whoops. And that looks healthy. That looks healthy too. Yep, 3 seconds. Setting that in about half a second. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's a different value. So it looks like it's working here at least. Could be there's something that overrides it, or maybe I just wasn't seeing it correctly. Okay, they do look like they're not synchronized. Okay, that's all good. I fixed that. Alright. That's pretty fast. Off to a good start. Okay, so think that probably I could just change the can move to for the different creatures. And looking at React Util, which is my set of functions for, they're like kind of a smorgasbord or buffet of different choices you could use for controlling creature behavior. I think I could move some of the obstacle checking into can move to and simplify. Can move to is the function that determines whether or not a creature can move into a square or not. So here I've got would push reactant. That's a good attempt walking. Like it should be stopping it here already, though. I don't know if this is the right place to put it, but that's a kind of a second thing to consider. First thing is, why would it not check for pushing the reactant? Oh, let's take a look, because this could be go ahead and push the player, but other reactants it may not want to. Yeah, okay. So let me think about this. I know how to fix this in one way, but it would end up breaking other behavior. So I could add an additional constraint here, whether or not you can push the player. It kind of feels like all this should be inside of the can moves to, though. The can move to functions. So let me do it the right way, and it might take me an hour instead of 5 minutes, but I think it'll pay off. See, woodfall, for example, I think that should go in. I think that should go inside of the bait or the. Should go inside of the can move to function for the specific creature, because maybe I want some creatures. In fact, I was thinking the heavy might be a good one to just. The heavy just goes ahead and drops down off of walls. Because he's kind of a brute. I haven't decided if I want the heavy to follow the roads or not. Yeah, like I like the idea of the heavy just being above the law. You know, he's he's at some other level beyond the other creatures. So the brawler, who I'm probably going to rename to something else at some point, more like something in line with them being like cops, like police officers. The brawler is good to go on the roads. The heavies, they seem kind of like a zero fucks creature. You can't push them. Okay, let me plan this out. I do picture him pushing reactants. Just like, get out of my way, I've got business. That kind of guy. Base only. Doesn't have to follow rules, he can go ahead and fall. Picturing something too. So he's gonna get stuck sometimes because of the road. Maybe because he doesn't have access to roads like other pieces. Maybe it's good for him to get stuck. I could leave him just stuck when he gets stuck. I could also have him die after a bit. Like say he gets maybe 10 turns or something like that. I don't know. I'll play with them a little bit and start thinking about that when I get to them. Okay. Woodfall, etc. Stay in React util. Okay. Let's start with bystander piece. Does it have its own can't move to yet? Not yet. It will. It'll be and not React util would push reactant. Dang it. Okay, I gotta make some other functions then. Is this just... Is this the same as... I gotta do this one. Also, well, this conversion between CRH and coordinates. I think my policy should honestly be only use CRHs when there's some kind of data structure that needs them to be grouped together, like a list of coordinates. Then it makes sense. Other than that, I think I should just have the practice of using split out column row height. Because otherwise there's always this conversion back and forth between the two. There's so much conversion code. Yeah, and like I understand too. Like if I have to return a set of coordinates, really it's a lot nicer to pass it back in one structure. I suppose that's another case to use it. So this can change to dang it. Or I could just do this. This will be better. Just go boost get call. I like to put these in calling sequence so that whenever something gets called, I know I have to go earlier in the code to see it. Get target CRH is up here. Let's make a version of this that is call row height. Yeah, we'll call it. Let's see. Let's do CRH call, CRH equals new CRH from and I can just go, yeah, this is getting simpler and simpler. Okay. forget about the assertion. That's fine. That assertion hasn't rang in a long time. So let's say whoa. Okay. I messed something up. What'd I mess up? Woodfall? Where's the screw up? I mean, that seems fine. What's the deal? Some kind of curly brace thing, unmatched brace, that type of thing. I introduced it here. Okay, there we go. Okay, from now on, I'm going to try to make it the default to pass in params in non-CRH form to avoid all this excessive conversion I'm doing all over the place. I'm not going to go back and fix everything that currently is like that, because that would be a waste of time. Alright, I went down a little rabbit hole there. What was I doing before that? Oh yeah, so I wanted a version of wood push reactant that can be called from this override. Okay, the last one is not. Oops, it would also be. Let's do wood push reactant or player. Wood push creature. Creature encapsulates both of those. Okay. And the last one is woodfall. Okay, I'm gonna have to make another one of these, but that's okay. So it's a little bit stupid for all three of these do the same kind of operation, but there are some checks that you do that they actually need you to know not just the target square but where you're moving from. So I'll leave it. That contract is more flexible for other things that might have to be done in the future. Okay, so wood push creature. Okay, I'm seeing some duplicated code that would be in both places. I think I'll go ahead and refactor that. It's ridiculously long. Find pushable M piece. I'll just pass in the same stuff. Let's do one more check here to be a little forward looking. Kind of wonder if I should use null propagation on this. Is this even legal? Maybe I don't understand how null propagation works. Okay. Last one was Woodfall. It's always nice to delete things if there's just not. Oh yeah, I remember this function. It was kind of neat though. It was used to create like an agoraphobia type of behavior. Which was fun. So imagine creatures that they only want to go places where they can touch walls. And they need at least, let's see, I think the one I found that seemed to work was 2 walls. Anyways, I played with that a little bit. 1 wall would probably be interesting. 2 walls would make it really paranoid. It would stay in little tunnels and stuff like that. Never come out of the tunnels. I see a package delivery person, and I may go downstairs and get the package because I don't want a porch thief to get it. Anyways, I'm going to delete this function, but I'm going to leave a note. Let's see, make sure it compiles first. I'll do a git commit. Inside the commit, I'll mention this function. Okay. But anyways, Woodfall. Woodfall. Got these reversed. Some syntactic sugar for this. Or I could just go get call. Let's see what compiles. Build solution. Oh, it's not going to be able to yet. Got a fixed bystander. Well, maybe not. Yeah. See, I'm already, just by this new policy, I'm finding places where I can take out conversion code. And that's better. That's better. And always constantly allocating like a new struct to call a function with. Let me just remind myself of my policy here. Inside of CRH. think that's a much better thing to do. Okay, so that should build. Pretty sure that wouldn't have broken anything. I'm going to do one git commit here before I delete that function that's no longer used. Git status. Did I go by it? This is why I deleted it in the first place. It's getting to be a large file, and I want to reduce the clutter. There's still a value in having this all grouped together conceptually, so I'm not ready to break it out into multiple files. Now I can yank that out. But let me just think for a little bit. Is there some value in moving some of this stuff out? I'll take a review through it. So there's I guess the general rule is if I can't think of a good name for the module, and I am good at thinking of names, but if I can't think of a good name that clearly tells me when looking at it that this is what's inside of it, then I'm like, let's just keep it. Let's keep it how it is. So these are all things which are utility functions for reactants, which are all the creatures that aren't the player, everything that reacts to the player. There is maybe some room for something like reactant util. I have not come up with a good name for it yet, but there's some functions which are supporting functions for the main top level behavior. That kind of makes sense. Also, I should have React util up here. I don't even know where it is. Where do you even live at, React util? Not here, probably in pieces. Maybe I should just call this reactants. Yeah, let's take this out of logic. Let's rename this. Nah, I don't feel like splitting up React util. I think it's good. That may change in the future, but it seems fine. And the ways that I would split it up don't seem like they would help me. Like they're not gonna make it easier for me to find the function I'm after. So you say, okay, I got smaller files. It's easier to figure out what's going on. Not if there's not a good conceptual reason for that container. If you haven't defined it, then it's just, is it in this file? No. I guess maybe it's in the other file. That kind of stuff. So don't listen to some pointy-headed engineer type person who says, well, of course you don't want files that are larger than 300 lines or, you know, something like that. Whatever the number is, it's not necessarily true. Now, I do think that when they get up to, I guess, thousands of lines, then you've got some kind of imperative to break them up, because it really does get hard to figure out what the hell is going on inside of a file when it gets to a certain size. But we're not there yet. I mean, all these decisions, they're always based on a cost-benefit analysis of what you're going to get out of it. And sometimes you get tired of doing that cost-benefit analysis, which is fair, and you can rely on your best practices a little more to make decisions, and even make a few stupid decisions, just because the time to consider whether it should be one way or another is also part of the cost. Okay, but I did enough of that. Let's move on. Next thing is to take this can move to and put it also under the brawler and the heavy. The heavy differs from the bystander in that he will quite readily go after the player. It's kind of his function. Although I am thinking of giving him more than one activity where he'll be a peaceful person at times as well as aggressive. But this can move to function is sort of the unviolatable laws of how he can move. You know, the freest he can be is inside of this. can move to. We'll never let him fall. I mean, he might get pushed and fall, but he won't on his own step over an edge. Doesn't matter what activity he has. And he won't push other reactants. He can push the player, but the activity that I set for him will affect whether or not he wants to push the player. So it can do things like, the player, if the player is following the rules of the road, then the brawler can be pretty chill and not mess with the player, and then like suddenly the player decides to walk on the left lane of the road instead of the right, and then the brawler jumps into action. Not following the rules, we're here to enforce, that kind of thing. I'm going to call them enforcers. Enforcers, I kind of like that, yeah. A brawler, that's like somebody that you're just going to get into fights with because they love to fight. But I think it'd be more fun. And I've had this feeling just by playing the game and watching it. You see all the good citizens moving around about their business and then kind of cutting through the crowd like a wolf. These brawlers on their own mission, they're just sort of aiming right for you. So there's something kind of cool about them inside of a larger society as the enforcers of its rules. And it seems to pop out pretty easily when I see a whole bunch of other characters on the screen at the same time. So I'm picturing them like cops, basically. They're not necessarily bad guys, they're not always aggressive, but like if you get on the wrong side of them, they get rough. And that's what I see for them in their future. Okay. So then take this, and you know what? The heavy doesn't need an override because the base, the most freest of all, doesn't include worries about pushing the reactant or falling. So I'll just let the base piece can move to determine whether or not the heavy can move. Okay, so now I've got that. I can go back to React Util and say would fall. Attempt walking. I no longer need these. That's it. And then attempt walking is going to have behavior that's specific to the type of piece that's attempting to walk. And now I don't have this function coupled to any of the piece's specific behavior, which is what I did have before. So now it's more flexible. It can be different rules for different people. Okay, that was a hell of a lot of changes. I need to test them out. First off, I want to see if they continue to push the blocks as they did before. Looks like. Now I'm going to try getting in front of one of them. Yep, stopped him. Now I'll move out of his way. He'll keep moving down or south. Yes, very good. Yeah. See, he wants to go south. Okay. Fix that one. I fixed it nice. I fixed it for the future. It's a good set of edits. Like I said, took about an hour instead of 5 minutes. But I did it right. It's going to help me in the future. Okay, see if I can get this to occur again with not so many people on it. Alright, I get another cup of coffee. I'm going to play that song again, just in case you want to hear it. You can see it boil while the cook above it toils. Take a look, soup stirs the cook. That haze of steam fills you with its stream. But take another look, soup stirs the cook. In that pot so wide you can't see the other side. Still take a look, soup stirs the cook. In that pot so deep where secrets go to sleep. Please take a look, soup stirs the cook. We're made of soupers, and so are you. You thinks it's his mess, but is that true? We're made of soup, yes, but so is he. Can't know, but we guess it's not free. Back to work, back to work, back to work, work, work. see if I can get this to reproduce. I get rid of some of these bystanders to cut through the noise. Gotta get in front of him. Okay, I don't think it's the north direction where it causes him to do that. Or maybe it's not the direction, but that block, he won't do it. He won't jiggle back and forth. So, let me try south. The trick is predicting where he's going to go next and to go where he'll go next instead of where he's going now. Okay, I think the key to him going back and forth is that as soon as he goes north, no, maybe that's not it. So he's sticking on a square now. Okay. Is it here? Or he's like... He goes north. I'm probably off cadence to get the, or off the parity to get the behavior I want. Because as soon as I step away, he'll push. If I go up, no, he's ready to push. Right there. He went up. Now he's down. Now he's up. Now, okay, now we're getting to it. So what I think actually happened though is, I don't know. I don't know. But the next decision he makes, I think, will be correct. Or maybe not. I'm trying to think, do I want to debug his next step or the one after? So I don't know why he went up there. if he did go up there, I don't know why he doesn't continue to... No, I do know why he doesn't continue. Because this one is actually closer, the push square here, than the push square up here. It sort of looked like he gave up on the E because I was blocking it, and he decided to choose a different place to go to. But I just want him to stay put. Just want him to stay right there. Just chill. So if I go here, it makes sense that he'll come back down because he's selecting the closest push square of a block, which is there. But when I come back, that's the part where it doesn't make sense. So I'll set a breakpoint for that. It's going to be inside of all blocks work. Got it already debugging? Nope. Now it is. And we'll see what he gets up to. Except I want to know what square the let's just say the block that's at row 28. That's the one I'm thinking he should be picking as his target. Oh. Maybe instead of stepping into it, I'll just see if I get the expected result, because I can come back to the state easily enough now that I'm set up correct. Best block piece, the one at 28, the CRH at 29. No. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Okay, so that wasn't actually useful. Turn that off. Get set up again. I'm gonna go east. Okay. And let's check out this a little bit better. So 38 is the row. I was counting 28 as the row, but it's 38 is the row. I can be more specific. I can get it right on top. I'm grateful that I can move this around inside of the scene, and while the game's running, that's pretty neat. 53, 38, 28. Okay, 53, 38. That's the block. 53, 39, or 53, 37 should be the push square that he's already on. Okay, so I head this way. Okay, 50, 58, 37. Or 5337. Did I just edit that in my mind to match the result, or is that actually right? I think it is right. It's definitely the right row. So should already be there at the best spot. Is he? Yes, he is. Okay. That also confirms that this is the block I expected it to be. Okay, blocking piece will not be null. Okay, so here's the weird part. It's going to return. Could be the default behavior of the bystander piece is getting in the way. That's entirely possible. So it may end up coming back down through here. Is he afraid? I don't think he is. If he was afraid, that would be one explanation for him moving away temporarily. I think this will be where he ends up moving. I'm not certain of it, but I suspect it is. Let me check. Or let's see, what is the current command? Let me check. Default. Good. Yeah, I think I did knock him once, so he probably is afraid. Okay, are you afraid? You are afraid. That's what you're doing. You're avoiding. Okay, got it. So, I understand why he's kind of backing away from the block and coming back. Has nothing to do with has nothing to do with nothing to do with the all blocks logic. It has to do with the default behavior logic, and that bystanders are set to run away after they've been pushed once by the player. Seems pretty rational. Don't want to get pushed around and beat up. Just trying to do your job. But if you've got a job to do, then maybe that should be the most important thing, and you should do that instead of trying to run away. Or at least you should do one or the other. You shouldn't try to do both. You can't run away and also do your job at the same time. So I could do it a few different ways. I could say, I could change this is afraid thing to be an activity of being afraid, which I kind of like. And that's simpler logic than the other thing, which I was thinking is having some kind of command that overrides the default. So like I could use this React command mode wait to say wait at your square, wait at your square. We don't care if you're afraid, just wait there. And that would prevent this default behavior from coming through and making him run away. But just talking through it, and this really is one of the benefits of the stream, even me just musing a little bit about how people ought to be. Like if you're working at McDonald's and somebody comes in with the gun, you're either gonna pick one thing to do. You're not gonna, if the guy comes in and he says make me a cheeseburger with the gun, you're either gonna sit there and make that cheeseburger and do your job, but be scared shitless while you're doing it, but still keep it under control, or you're gonna run away. You're gonna do one thing or the other. You're not gonna switch between the two things. So I'll just make a new activity. The activity will be flee. Flee. Yeah. That's it. That's it. And I'll get rid of this is afraid as a mode, and I'll just make it a new type of activity that you do. You flee. You're working or you're fleeing. You're not doing both. That'll simplify this logic, and it'll support like this new design that I documented a little bit and thought out better. And it's definitely more natural seeming. So that's what I'm going to do. And also I'll be able to do things like at the start of a level, I can say everybody's afraid of the player and is all going to run away, because I can just set in the level editor, your starting activity is flee. I like it. I like it a lot. And it's also nice to add more activities to my growing selection of things. Flee. Might make sense to change the naming on this a little bit. Let's go ahead and rename this, so that it'll be possible for me to just see what all the things are that are activities. This will cause some, well, let's stop the Unity player if I haven't already. So I want to... Yeah, hold on. I'll be right back. Simple avoid behavior is making me think, like, do I need road aware fleeing? I think I'll let people flee over roads. Yeah, but even then, like the enforcers, even though they're in the heat of the moment, they still stick to the road. So it seems like people fleeing would do the same. Okay, I shouldn't try to fix everything about fleeing all at once. Just make it so we get the fleeing behavior back in as an activity, and then go from there. So what does fleeing entail? If I go to React util, I'm gonna close some of this stuff. I got too much up here. Oh, the other thing I could do is in my cam walkthroughs, I can check for road obstacles too. Yeah. Okay, so let me see. do. Okay. I'll just copy this over just so I can see it all in one place. Flee activity. It's going to call this thing or something like it. I could just return a React command. The React command could be a void. Would there be an exit from it? The exit would come if you died, maybe? I don't know. I don't want to overthink it, though. I don't want to sweater thread this whole thing. Okay, I think that's what I want to do. So, we're going to flee from the player. And then let's be more specific. Flee from player. Edit this. Say flee player. Okay. Let's say avoid. Ooh, here's my chance to start doing my policy. Or even, let's just do that. Let's do that. Okay, go here, let's see. Command avoid. There's one other problem with this. So I'll return that command, and if I don't have any way to continuously update this, it's going to run away based on the first location that the player was at. Instead of where the player currently is. So simple void will need to or whatever function gets called will need to set back to default React command after it gets called. And that'll cause this function to be called again and set a new avoidance. There are going to be a few problems with this around roads. I'm not going to try to solve them all right away. I'm just going to start thinking about them. So, fleet player activity. Oops. Okay, what else? I need to go fix a few things in React Util. Just add to do on this. There's a bunch of stuff here that this particular creature, the beamer, is not going to be in the first release. I might actually delete that code and just keep it in a commit. Okay, so here, just say okay, so then if I go to the bystander piece, we should have a new one. Case react command. Mode avoid. Yeah. Yeah, get it from the command. And for default, no longer need to look at this. For default, we just don't do anything. We just, that's it. Return true, I guess. It's just going to hang out. Might as well combine these two. Is target CRH actually used? I don't think it is. Hey Z, what's going on? Looks better. Who's calling this? That's probably an interface implementation as opposed to an override. I don't know about that actually. Okay, I see. I've got this here. Okay, makes a little bit of sense. Okay, let's build and see what I forgot about. Oh, is afraid. Get rid of that. Who's calling is afraid. Okay, so let's see. I think one of those moments where I changed a lot of code. I'm trying to remember if there's any loose ends. I think it's okay. Let's see how it works. Still doing his job. Okay. Okay, now I will scare him by pushing him. And he's given up on doing his job. He's just running away from me. No, it's working perfect. Good. That's some good fleeing. Okay, I like it. So I fixed all 3 bugs I found at the start of the session, and I did them in nice ways that support good maintenance in the future and updating things without other things breaking, adding more advanced behavior, all that kind of thing. So let's go back to my backlog, take bystanders back off, and I get to go on to the heavies. Did I got them down here? No, not yet. So heavies. Stuff I need to do for the heavies. I won't write wish list down there yet. Let's just go up here. Heavies. Just get them working. So I already got the code in place for controlling their behavior. Fix any regressions. I haven't worked with them a lot. So what time? 125, 130. Okay. Yeah, I got time to bite off a little more. Create squeeze stand animation. I'll come up with a better name for it maybe, but basically if they're close to any other thing, they should just squeeze in. I'm thinking about one other task. I'm not sure if I want to bite it off today, which is, I don't know if I need to actually. I don't know if I need to do this yet. So right now I have one set of animations and they're being used for all of the creatures, including the player. So if there's a walking animation, it gets used by the player as well as the bystander and the brawler and now the heavy. So probably if I was being extra refined, I would separate out the animations and make like, you know, maybe a base set of animations and then have some ability to specify a creature-specific animation. So I'm not sure if I'm going to do that organization today or at all, because so far the animations seem fine. If I'm going to reorganize the animations, I think I would pick that as a Saturday job because it's the kind of thing that could bleed into Sunday too, and I like to just get them all done together. If I have it go into a broken state at the end of today, it'll bug me throughout the whole week. So I'm not going to reorg the animations today. Animations in Unity, there's undocumented aspects of them that can cause you trouble. I think that, let's say what. No. Like I've already forgot what the thing was that happened last time. I probably should have made notes for it because it was a pain in the ass to figure out. It's a kind of problem. If I see it again, I'll actually go back and watch the video I already recorded to see how I solved it, because it was very unintuitive. Yeah, I'm a little bit squeamish about touching animations because of some nonsense I went into earlier. Alright, to start off, let's get them working. That's the heavy. I want to have ESOC stuff moved over to here. I think I'll just start a pattern now of tucking in these supporting assets and some subdirectories. That'll be a little bit easier to keep track of. Let's see. Bystanders. FBX, stick them in there. No, it's not even anything there. Okay. So there we go. There's him. So right now there's this one thing called M controller, which was originally meant just to control the main player controlled character, but I've just been sharing it for everyone. So at some point I probably will end up refactoring that, particularly because this guy actually has his own behavior. God, he's got the whole thing where he squeezes in if he's in close. He's so large. Okay. So I think I would decide earlier to scale him to 0.75. Delete this other one that's not doing anything. Don't apply root motion. Okay, let's see. He is not in the right spot yet. Let's see, let's put the heavy at 44, 38, 28. Whoa. Oh, no. That was wrong. Okay. It's actually 21, 12, 0. Getting mixed up between the two coordinate systems. So back to the heavy. Paste these. Okay, that's better. So then I can take his offset. I can move it so it's centered in the square. C is usually negative 0.5. Yeah, cool. So that's it. If I have them at this size, even with animations, would I be able to get him to squeeze in tight so he'd fit there? I tend to think not. I can push him in real close. It'd be kind of funny to see him all squished in super close, but I think that's too much squishing. You need to have him somehow fit inside the confines of the square, so let's make him a little bit smaller. On the Y dimension, he can be taller though. So let's make him. On X, that's the one where he's the most squeezed. Let me see if I can get him a little fatter this way. There we go. Can I go more? Can I just take them all the way to 1? What's he look like then? It's not bad. I suspect he's going to look a little bit better if I go down a bit. There we go. Alright. It's a bit of a shame that the size of him is so small when he's got so many cool details to him. But there's little opportunities here and there to see him. Okay, so let's go ahead and save all that. And hit play, see if his walking around works. Yeah. He looks nice and bulky too. That's good. Like he looks like a brute. Okay, let me do a maximize now that I know that his basic behavior and animation works. I can see him a little bit better. Yeah, the shadow helps too. Yeah, see, his walking animation seems fine to me. It is exactly the same as M's, but by virtue of him being just kind of large and bulky and his lower limbs being shorter, he still has his own look as he moves. It looks pretty good there. You can't push him. He's unpushable. That's what the heavy does. Okay, so there's the part where I want him to squeeze in, because he's got his arm going through a wall. And I think I can get away with not modifying all of his animations for when he's walking, because he's mostly inside. Just when he comes to a rest, I want him to squeeze in when he's close to things, in any of the 4 orthogonal directions. Also, I don't see an idle animation playing for him. That's kind of weird. Why would he not show an idle? He's just settling into his last frame of his previous animation. Is that true, though? I think so. Something else. Blocks. Sound effect. Should be positional. Also, Maybe different sound. The punching block versus punching creature. Something more subdued. Weird. No idea why the idle animation won't play for him. There's nothing I know that would stop him. Let me take a look at some of this code in a sec. Thinking about the coloration on his head. It's red. I have reserved red for M. So I may need to put in some kind of request to have the color on his head changed. Out one other thing. He should be the first creature that can step off of pits to get to the player. Actually, I don't have to add anything to the level. I can just go down the bottom and see if he follows me. So it makes him more tenacious, but it can also make it there he is, yes. You can also get him trapped more easily, which is okay too. It's all part of the strategy. So, if I go up, I'm basically free of him because he won't kill himself with his beelining movement. So he should just be down there. Heavies, you just gotta run from them. You can't push them. Could lead them into things that kill them though. Cool. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick break to make myself a little sandwich. And I'm gonna come back up. I'm going to start thinking about the remaining animation related things on the heavy, which is not too much there. I think I could be heavy to 100% today. In fact, that would be my prediction. What the heck? Let's just put up here in the title for the session meshing. Heavies to 100% today is what I want. Okay, grabbing lunch. I'll be right back. Yeah. First thing, I gotta figure out. Hey, Jet Boy. So, Jet Boy, I'm kind of making refinements to a certain creature that I just put into the game. I'll show it to you. How are things going for you? This guy here. Oh yeah? Like to buy a car? Yeah. That's cool. What do you think of it? Or did you end up making a decision on it? Let's see. Who's the one this is being called for? Yeah. Yeah, it's good you got a little mechanical knowledge between yourself and your dad. But yeah, that's the trick to getting a good deal. You find like a car that has got some small problems with it, but basically runs good, or the things that are left to fix, or they don't point to risky problems. Yeah, often you can get a really good deal that way. I kind of hate cars. I'm never gonna be like a big car guy. I live in the city, and I had plans to get everywhere with a bicycle and buses. Now with the lockdown, threw all that into that strategy and the garbage, but I don't want to take any buses, and actually I don't have that many places to get to. Even things like, normally I'd walk down to the Starbucks because I want to hang out there, but I can't do anything more than pick up my drink and then find some other place, so I might as well take the car so I got some place to drink it. So yeah, 900. Huh. Yeah. Okay, so I suspect I need to include this character animation thing in my prefab, and that's why the idle animation isn't occurring. So if I look at the transform of this thing, no, that's all right. I kind of jump between the two things. So as long as you don't mind me talking to you for a little bit, then suddenly I kind of seem to ignore you. I just kind of jump back and forth between the two. It's all right. But you know, I'm gonna be nice along the way. People come in and want to talk and chat. I like that too. Not gonna be so crazy intent and get my work done that I can't enjoy myself talking to people like you. So alright. So I just think this stand is only getting called once. Maybe I'm wrong. It's hard for me to tell which thing it's being called for. Because there's two creatures. Could be being called for both of them. There's the second call though. So maybe it is getting called twice. The animator is non-null on both. Oh, there's the player too. So it got called 2 times. So that means probably this guy doesn't have it. Okay, cool. Also, let's take a look. Why do I not see the bystander? Oh, there's the bystander. Then the offset has got character animator. Okay, that'll be the fix for that particular bug. So we say my heavy. Needs a character animator here. That might be enough. Okay, let me make sure I don't lose my changes to the prefab. I will pull them back into here. There we go. I'm also wondering if I can change the color of this already. No, it's got a baked texture. Okay. There we go. Now the heavy has got the idle animation working. It also occurs to me where I need to make the changes for him to do his squeezed animation or compressed. What do I want to call it? Stand tight, maybe? Should be in here. or in character animation. Okay, so I could say if he's oversized, whenever he stands, he does the stand. What do I want to call it? Oh, let's get my pocket design out here. What does stand do? Who actually calls stand? Oh, those animations do at the very end of their animations. Okay. What's the animator util? I gotta figure out how to get the information about his surroundings in there. What is set action? this. The thing that's bugging me here is I'm trying to keep board reactance purely logical, and I need to get the logical information to the scene object, which is without violating like what the separation of concerns and board reactance should be. Could return effects. Seems a little wasteful. Let's do it a different way. Let's say in main object. Okay, this is pretty much going to be it. There's a lot of work there. I want to separate it out into 2 passes. Okay. Oh, back a sec. Just a little tiny sec. Alright, let's make the animation first. I feel like that might be the hard part. Not the animation as much as the controller. Alright, so move this guy off the little diagnostic square. It'll be a little easier to understand. I remember what the advice to myself is that I wanted to write. Hold on. Fixes for recurring problems. Certain type. Okay. So then let's take this one and duplicate it. We'll call it stand compressed. It's a single frame animation. Let's try that. That's cool. Okay. So what about picking something else? Can I do stand compressed? Maybe? Oh, there is actually oh yeah, there's the idle stuff. Okay, so if I can't do play on it yet. Is that what's up? Because it's not. It's not part of the controller. I think that's what it is. Okay, so I got to edit the controller. I think that's it. Okay. Just looking back at this. Oh yeah. Mirror on his left. Yep. Yep. This always takes me a while to figure out each time. Just a lot to remember here. Okay, make transition to stand compressed. There we go. Is that? Okay. Where's the stuff with action number? There we go. So we could say action number equals the new number. Okay, cool. There's another way to do it too. I can add a variable called needs compression. I can reuse the stand action without creating a new action there. And then it would go to one or the other. I kind of like that better. Needs compression. What's this? Default value, right? Yeah, that'd be default. So we say if that is true, we'll go to that. So it's going to be action number equals 0, and needs compression is false. And this one, action number 0 needs compression is true. Cool. That seems right to me. Now I'm just going to look back and forth between these two to see if there's anything different between them. Seems fine. So this is actually better than the original thing I wrote. I just need to set needs compression on the controller in some cases, as opposed to having all these extra sets of functions. And it would also allow me to, if I want to in the future, add in further animations for say punching left and punching right, left step, right step, that were compressed. Although I really don't want to for those. I think that would be a level of complexity I don't want to add to it. So hopefully this standing compressed will do the trick. So I think this will let me now yeah, so now I can hit play. Yeah. All right, let's start at the beginning. Left upper arm. Oh, it must be Lake. Put that back. Okay, left shoulder down, up. Here we go. Better tuck in there real good. I might not need much here. Left arm, front, back. Let's bring it back a little bit. And where's his... Does he have a spine? Yeah. Spine, front, back. Can I make him bend back a little? That's not as good of a thing. Okay. So maybe let's have his elbows come up a bit. Well, first off, since I think he's 90% there, let me try playing to see what it looks like. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Yeah, I'm having some good luck here, though. I have to give Unity a little bit of credit with this whole humanoid controller thing and all the little knobs they gave me to twiddle. It's not bad. So the thing I'm trying to do is give this one character who's a bit oversized a way to just kind of shrink himself, compress himself a little bit by hunching out when he gets in tight quarters. It'll be kind of fun to watch, perhaps, because then, you know, he'll kind of squeeze into places. So, all right, I'm gonna go with that for now, because I want to get the rest of it working. This might actually be exactly what I want. I'll be able to find out better after I see it in action. All right. Razafon, how you doing? Good to see you back here. Could use a few people with a little extra knowledge of C# and Unity and all that. But yeah, I do get a little bit apprehensive whenever I get into animation stuff. Because I have to load it all back into my head. It's not real obvious at first, and then I remember it, and then it's quite possible to screw things up really bad. in unintuitive ways that don't make sense. Okay. Don't need to do that. Don't need to do that. Oh, you mean like a set of reusable functions that are good to carry from project to project? Yeah, things are going pretty good for me. Yeah, the personal toolbox library. Not every developer's got one of those, but some do. The trick I found with it is that I have to negotiate for use of them inside of whatever company I'm working for. And I get weary of it. So you'd say something like, I'll grant the company worldwide license free to distribute it, all that stuff, but it's still my code. And then they're like, we don't even know why you're wanting to ask us this. And you're like, I'm bringing you value. These are my tools. I just want to use them. Okay, couldn't you use some third-party libraries? No, this stuff is good. Okay, what if you make some changes while you're on the clock for us? Do they go into your library? That kind of shit. I'm just like, it's not worth it. I might keep some snippets lying around though. So if you try to do it correctly, this may not apply to your situation at all, but if you try to do things correctly, then people get irritated. If you just sort of like slip in your code in a way that's like nobody will care, but you'll always have to worry. It's like, what if I use the same code in an open source project later on, and somebody does some kind of search from the company and they see that I'm using that code and it was in both places, or they get some kind of third-party monitoring software that automatically alerts for infringements. Anyways, that I try to keep those two worlds pretty separate. I think it probably helps that my day job is a engineering manager of a web team with JavaScript code and this project on my own time, the Moonlighting project. It's C# Unity, so it's some clearly distinct worlds. Okay, let me think. Do I still want to use this in-character animation thing? That's cool. You might have a more freer environment at your company you're at too. You might have more reasonable people there. Okay, I will not have it do this. In fact, I don't think character animation really needs to be used. Maybe it's... in piece moved. What is it? Piece walked effect. Is that the right place? I can do it there. That would work. It's also possible for it to get flung. Not flung, it could be pushed. It could fall. It has to look at its situation when it arrives. Okay, I am like getting into the logical stuff before I need to. Let's just say, for now, do piece walked effect. If you don't mind, like, could you give me some context? Like, I know you're in mobile game development now, and if it's not asking for too much info, like, give me an idea of like how many years you've been working, maybe the type of role and responsibilities you have now, you know, stuff like that. Just a little bit, you know, maybe 2 or 3 sentences, something like that. So I don't want to just like give you like general advice for everyone. See if I narrow it down to you specifically. But don't worry, man. I got way too much advice to give. Way too much. Let's see. Just make a little stub here to start. That always returns true. Oh man, it's just going to be easy to... No, it won't be easy necessarily. Just write a quick thing and come back to it. Calm, set. Oh, animator, set. That one. Okay. That will set that. Is that enough? It might be. That might work. I feel like I might be forgetting something, but we'll see. Let me get rid of this other stuff up here. Don't need it. Yeah, glad I don't need this. You might need it. You might need it. Hold on to that for now. Alright. Okay, as soon as he moves, I think he'll shrink down. Yes! Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm reading your description here. Yeah, okay. Those are good questions. Alright. So you've gotten the newbie juice off of you at this point. 3 years, that's a good amount of time. I've been writing code since, well, commercially since '93. And then 2 years ago, I gave that up and became an engineering manager. So I know the transition. General rule is, and I think you already got this, is that the people, wherever you're working, I don't care what they say, they're not going to worry about moving you to the next level. It always has to be you that does it. So generally what happens, the pattern that works is you figure out for yourself where you need to be. You might listen to your boss and figure out some paths that kind of line up with what you want to do. And then you push on your own time to figure out how to get there. And then either the company that you're at acknowledges your new value, or you move away from that company. You just transition to a different company. Because it is difficult for companies to grow with you as you grow. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Anyways, but you were asking more specifically, is there a way to determine your general engineering level and how to train good architecture skills? So some of that depends on how rigorous the company you're at is in leveling. So the company I work at, there's structured interviewing we have, where part of deciding whether we're going to hire somebody or not actually depends on them meeting specific criteria. But it's not just meeting that criteria, we're going to hire them or not. We actually determine what level they're at in the interview. And there's guides that are written out that say, ask this question if the candidate says this or that, that means they're at Eng 1, Eng 2, senior engineer, staff engineer, senior staff engineer. So smaller companies, they tend not to have this kind of leveling built into them. But game development companies also a lot of times are a little less mature that way. But you may be able to find at your company just by asking a few questions of your manager, similar to the ones you're asking me, like how are levels determined at your company? If you have to give interviews to other engineers, the leveling criteria there can be found. So that's like one way of answering your question, which is how to figure out in the context of your own company, like what you need to do for them to perceive you to be at the next higher level. There's another way to answer that question, which is, if say you weren't attached to any company, or the company you have is just terrible with objective measures and criteria, and they can't really give you much in the way of determining that, then I'll tell you some things that I look for in interviews that you could apply to yourself. Okay. Pattern knowledge, algorithm knowledge, the difference between code that makes things work versus code that's easy to maintain and add to over time. Other things I look for is, does the candidate or the person being evaluated have reasons for why they make their decisions? And can they compare the pros and cons of one decision over another? And that decision could be a specific way you write code. It could be a choice of a language or a language feature or a library. So that sort of pro and con, weighing one thing over another, having reasons for doing things, that tends to set apart good, competent junior engineers from senior or staff level engineers. And then you might say, like how do you train to get better at that? One is just thinking in those terms of like, I've got more than one way I could do this. Why would I want to do one or another? You can also read books that aren't really tied to one particular language or library necessarily, but do go into things like, say, performance and like the O notation. Things like that, or memory usage, and maintainability. Maintainability is a huge one. Maybe not in the games industry as much. More effective. What are more effective sources of growth except practice? Okay, so that, I think I answered that a little bit. So again, that pattern of considering multiple options and picking the best one, and getting into a habit of doing that. And then another thing that helps is to, I guess, do what you're doing. I'm not saying I'm like the very best person to learn from, but like looking over shoulders of developers that code things in different ways, or they might have some more experience in one area that you don't. I still learn new techniques by looking at other people and see how they do things. There's one guy that drops in. His name is Purpose Drifter, and I was writing some code and I realized I was optimizing way earlier than I needed to, and stuff like that. He also explained some language features of C# I wasn't aware of. So that exposure to other engineers that are more experienced or have experience even in different areas than you is going to help. For example, I'd like to write libraries. What should I do to become an engine developer? So you've got the option to create or join open source projects as well. So that's one way to level up a bit, is you go find the work that nobody will pay you for yet, but you just bust a little ass and you know, do some work for free. Hopefully it's fun too, and you get some good knowledge along the way. So yeah, that's another way to do it. The one thing I'd say, which may not be what you want to hear, but this is a lesson I learned. Okay, I was in the game industry. I worked for a smaller. It's not quite correct to call them indie, because like they had a bunch of little projects that they did. Okay, and they're all kind of junky. They're all sort of written in a way where it gets released and nobody goes back and looks at the code again. It's a pretty regular sort of pattern for the game industry. Even AAA titles, there's not as much rigor in writing code that will last longer. It's harder also to get into those spots of the engine where you do tend to write more of that code. So you say become an engine developer, and that is exactly the problem. So you could be out writing kind of like the throwaway code, the scripting stuff, the things that won't last from one project to the next. You won't get as much rigor. You'll get deadlines. You'll get, okay, it works. Tester said it's fine. Let's ship it. You know, you get that. Whereas, you know, there's probably somebody who with a little more experience that's off writing engine code, which lasts from one project to the next. So what I found is, even if you were aiming to get like into those engine code scenarios, the industry for games has less opportunities like that than the non-game industry. This is the part which I think you may not like that much. You get paid more outside the game industry, and you get more opportunities to work on more rigorous projects, code that's meant to last longer and live longer and do more ambitious things. So the conclusion I came to is, it's really, games are fun for me, or I'm writing my own games. They're not that much fun to write compared to non-game code when it's somebody else's project. So I could make a website for somebody else. That's probably about as much fun as making a game for somebody else. Making a game for myself is a huge amount of fun. I love it. It's my favorite thing to do in life. But I don't want to go work on the next Fortnite. I don't want to work on the next Halo. I don't want to, I just don't want to. It's just not, I know what will go into it. It won't be that enjoyable, and there'll be less opportunities, and I'll get paid less money. Just because there's so many people that want to write games. Yeah, that's trouble. So I don't know. You might have to make a move out of that company. The question is, do you want to go to another game company, or do you want to go non-game? Because there's advantages to both, right? But another thing you can do, and I've done this like 4 or 5 times, is just you stay at the company that isn't quite a good match for you, and then you just bust some ass on the moonlighting front and learn some new stuff, level up, and then like when you have that in hand, then you make your move to either get to a better spot inside your own company or just hire at a different company. from your perspective, every game you start is going to be architecture another way. So I may not understand you there, but do you mean that it's like a kind of a redo of the architecture each time? There's no consistency or kind of incremental improvement on a old code base? Okay. So, okay, the decision expertise I was talking about earlier, where you compare one thing to another and try to evaluate if it's good or bad. Well, I mean, you've probably seen, you may or may not have. I do it about once a session. And no, you're not like watching all my sessions, every minute of it, but I'll wait until I want to make sure I listen to what you're saying here. Also, a key question, did you come out of like a college background? You do like a boot camp, self-learn? Me, I'm pretty much self-learn. Because I think like if you went through like a computer science degree, I'm not saying you should, but it kind of informs the starting point. You would have had some stuff like algorithms and performance notation and things like that. Web developer, XD, and I'm not judging you or anything. Again, I'm like a community college dropout, but like, was it like an accredited school, or was it kind of like a boot camp type situation? Okay. So I think you would have gotten some exposure to algorithms. Yeah, you had the whole 4-year experience. You would have gotten some exposure to concepts like object-oriented programming and encapsulation and polymorphism and things like that. You might have forgotten a whole bunch of it, which happens to everyone, but painful how much people forget this expensive education that they put themselves through for 4 or more years. But yeah, you did get some exposure to it. So like with that decision-making pattern, I'm going to see if I can find any examples in it. So in here I like started writing out like the first way I was going to do it, and it said number 1 here. And this one is maybe not the greatest example, but a lot of times I'll go number 2, number 3. I'll write out a whole bunch. I might have some other ones laying around. But I mean, this is the pattern that So yeah, this one I ended up editing as I went to explore some different options as they became obvious to me. But a lot of times I'll just start writing out multiple options. I've gotten sometimes like 5 or 6 deep. But I don't do it all the time. But when I've got that feeling like I don't see the solution I'm going to write all the way through, then I go ahead and write out the different options and do the comparison between them. I mean, that might be something that works for you as far as like developing that. Is this thing better than that thing? Uh, which country are you in? Yeah, I think I would. I might have similar criteria for companies I want to work for. Belarus, okay. Um, oh, is the other problem? Is that some countries that you're in, um, if you don't have enough sort of native companies, then it pushes you towards contract work, and then contractors are the ones that are less likely to get in on the permanent code and the engines and all that stuff too. I don't know the whole software industry in Belarus, but I imagine it's not, there's not as many native companies where you could work as an employee versus working as a contract for other companies. I don't know. I may be totally wrong with that. I don't know. But that's the case for some places that my company hires from, like Argentina. There's a ton of great developers down there, and you ask what they're all working on, and they're just off on different contracts all the time. It's very kind of a short-term mentality as far as the software industry there. That's something that my company's had to push a little bit on to see if we can do better with, but I shouldn't talk too much about that. Yeah, I don't know, but the big picture though is this world needs more. Yeah, but when I say contractors, I mean outsourcing or freelancers. Yeah, but I mean the big picture is if you're an software engineer any place in the world, relatively speaking, a lot of doors are open. So I don't know, there's a path. I just don't know if I'd stick with the game. So I mean, I already know for myself I don't want to stick with the games because of reasons I told you. But I just consider it. Like if you could get, a mobile development job where you were working on something with a little more permanent code, that would probably be a good chance for development. That's the other thing too is, I think you're at least partially right that the projects that you're on are influencing what you can do. So if you've got a manager who's saying, okay, get that feature in, we need it by Wednesday, and you say, I really think if I spent an extra day on this, it would be better code and it would work, in the next project like that, and the manager's just like, nah. Nah, we need this in by Wednesday. Come on, we'll get it out the door. Maybe it'll be another project later. We'll pull your code in, clean it up a bit, maybe. I'm guessing that's a bit of the attitude. Just from reading between the lines from what you said, it sounds like it might be a little short-term thinking with the types of projects you have. It's not really shortcoming of the people, it's just the economics of it and the projects. So yeah, I don't know. It might be tough to find that job where you can have a little bit of space to make better development decisions and to be a little more focused on maintainability and better architecture. And I would think it would be easier to find that type of job if you loosened up the criteria for your search. So I don't know. That's my thoughts there. Yeah, I remember early 2000s, interviewing at Sierra Online, which at the time was kind of like I don't know, it was like a AAA company back then. And the offer they gave me was like 50% less than a non-game development job with the same skill set. So that was the time when that was kind of like the final nail in the coffin. Alright, let's get some code. I think I'm close on this. It's an interesting situation you're in. I think there's lots of good moves for you. You sound like you got the right attitude. But yeah, it's tough. I can see how it can be tough. Okay, so this guy, he is... Come on, there we go. He did do the compression for me. No, I don't mind getting... So, I'll move back and forth between the two things pretty easily. Okay. So now, here's the thing I was talking about with considering two different things, or more than one option. So now, let's see, we'll call this settled. Put this in here. I know I have to do this. The thing I'm mulling over is, okay, add set needs compressed in all effects. That could change it. Or add a second pass in main object that looks over all heavy pieces to see if they need compression. Okay, so there's good things and bad things about each approach. Here, the pros is that no wasted evaluation of creatures that aren't moving. Minus, have to add compression check code in multiple places. Maybe easy to forget later and introduce bug. This one, pluses and minuses are the exact opposite, number one. So I'm thinking, is the performance of looking up all these pieces to see if they need compression really that big a deal? I'm going to do the settled part first, because this is the code in question that could get run a whole bunch of times. I want to see if, after writing it out, if my hunch is that it's going to be something that takes a lot of CPU. I could profile, not ready to profile yet. It doesn't seem like it's worth it quite right now. The other thing I'm thinking is maybe I do it the easy way first and wait for there to be some performance need that wants me to optimize it. But I'm going to write this thing first, so I know I have to do that part. I see. I feel like I already wrote this code. Yeah. Is that going to do up and down too? Let me check it. No, that's what I want. Okay, cool. Alright, so we'll say so that'll do an obstacle check, but other creatures are also putting him in a tight space, but they're not obstacles. So we say if not that, or and I don't think I need this. I don't think it's correct either. So it's going to be false for that. Let's see how well this does with the walk. Now if it works with walk, then I'd also have to add it to fall. Pushed. If he dies and is reborn, I have to add it there to reset it. Yeah, the fact that I have to think about and not be 100% sure about which of these effects I'd need to add it to makes me point to my second solution, because it seems less error prone. And I don't know that performance is an issue now. That number 2 solution won't be hard to write. But let me just check if my is in tight space is going to work. Alright, he's not in tight space yet. He should be in tight space here, though. So he doesn't look compressed. He's not compressed there. Okay, something's not working yet. Oh, now he is. Okay. What? I don't have the debugger going. Huh. There's some kind of bug there. I do like the animation, though. It's not making a lot of sense to me. There's probably something fundamentally wrong about the algorithm, so let's do a debugger. Okay, that's 4. As expected. might be that this is working, but the animation controller is not doing it right. I don't know. Okay, so he found one. It says you are in a tight space. It's evaluating from the previous location. So I added the effect there, but the piece hasn't moved yet. I was relying on the piece state for the column and row, but they haven't been set yet. That happens afterwards. So I know how to fix this. There is one little mystery to it for me as well, though. Okay. So the other thing is, I don't know. Yet what the entire state of the updated board is when this is created. So I want to wait until my execution comes down here before I perform that check. So let's do that. So in order for me to successfully determine that, I need to store the heavy piece in the constructor. I don't want to cast more than once, so let's do. Well, okay. Yeah, that's where. Show me the right way. That's weird. That's not helpful. Okay. Let me try the other suggestion. Okay, so you're saying I would do this? Oh. Thank you, sir. Learning from you. That's what I wanted. I knew there was some language feature. Okay, so let me go down here. That should do much better than the previous one. Double check one other thing. Okay. Try that out. There's my compression. Okay, working as expected. Cool. Okay. So then I gotta return to this other problem. Which is, I think, I want to do this. All right, here's another rather fun if you're on there. Here's a this or that question for you. Do you think it makes a difference if I set this variable one time here and pass it to here, or if I put this guy right here? I'm absolutely uncertain. I don't know if the compiler will call this multiple times, one for each iteration, or if it will be smart enough to just call that one time, this thing that returns like a IEnumerable. I think I'll be on the safe side and I'll assign it to a variable and put it here just to make sure it doesn't get called multiple times. I think it might. Yeah, that's why I'm putting it in here. I could set a breakpoint and test it out, but what's the deal with that? Okay. Oh, yeah, let's see. This needs to be animated for the first param. So if I do that, then I should not need the stuff I put into here. I can take it out. Okay. If it still works, that will be victory. Session victory. There we go. It's compressing on the wall. That's good. Alright, I know what I want to do. Let's get a whole bunch of these guys. This is probably going to be the end of the session pretty quick here. unless I see another bug to fix. So I'm just going to put a ton of these guys. So that's the thing I don't want to happen, is for them to stick their arms into each other's polygons. Maximize. Okay, I do need to have some compression set initially. Okay, I see two things I want to fix. One, the animation kind of makes like a little shimmy to it that doesn't quite seem right to me, so I should fix that. The other one is that the initial stand didn't take into account the need for compression. They had to move first before it picked it up. Some down there now. Yeah, this is good. See this guy up here? He's free and clear. So he's got his arms stretched out wide. It seems like this guy... Oh, I know why. Ah, okay. I see three things to fix. I'm not done yet. Okay, let me start writing them down before... shimmy and the animation and the compressed stand clip. Initial standing animation should have compression. And the last one was is tight space should not step up or down. Is that what's going on? When heavy is above another reactant on step low, he doesn't need to compress, but he does anyhow. See, wood push reactant. Okay. I'm going to fix all those three things before I call this a victory, because I want to say the Heavy's 100% done, meaning I don't know of any features or bugs that need to be fixed. I'll play with them a little bit more, see if I can find any more bugs. They're not bad at forcing me to go places I don't want to go. That was their intended effect. I think there's also going to be an issue with the block. I think I can fix both things with, yeah. So he should be compressed because he's next to a block. Because there's no obstacle here with the block, it's pushable. He's not treating it as a tight space. So that's the same type of problem as the one that was on a step. I need to replace that wood push reactant with a simpler check to see if there's anything in the space at all. I got enough bugs to fix. That should fix one of them. I can do board. What's the problem? Oh, yeah, I don't need the board. Okay. Maybe that'll fix 3 of the bugs there. Let me fix the animation, make it less shimmy. Oh, before I forget. Let me just make a note. I might forget though. I might forget. Let me just write some code that makes sure that this will be true. Let's it safe, I could just return the smaller of the two and throw that assertion to give me a warning that my assumptions are no longer true. So now go fix the animation. Move one of these guys away from the others. Take a look at my keyframes here. Is that it? That's all of them? Could make the motion smaller. I could get rid of one of them. Okay. So I think more stuff down here. Okay. Yeah. We got two little things that happen. This set of keyframes. This will be a copy of this. This one over here. Let me see if I can maybe reduce the amount of arm movement. So it went from negative 0.38 to negative 0.45. Let's make this 40. There we go. Over here, so it matches. Oh, really? Wait, what's going on with that? Okay, undo that. Oh, god damn it. I don't know. Sometimes what this is doing. This is not my favorite part of Unity, I can tell you that much. Just be on this thing. Be right on that thing. So negative 36 and this over here. Just come to the next. Dang it. You just added another keyframe. I don't want that. Okay, that's Try stepping one at a time. Okay. -45. Change that to -40. Tab. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Change that to -40. Bam. Smaller arm movement. Okay, there's gonna be like a little head nod thing down here. Probably leave that one alone. It seemed okay. I don't know if it actually made the change. No, it's got it. $3.8 to 4. Let's do, just for the sake of comparison, I'll just do the exact same value. Make sure I'm changing it. Okay, I'm not getting something. Okay, so you start here, -0.38, -0.38, -0.38. So that's the same value all across the keyframe. Maybe, okay, maybe that's just the left arm. I do see the left arm moving. Maybe it's not moving as much as the right arm because there's some other key involved. Okay, this is the neck stuff. Huh. How does this animation even work? It's not that... Okay, there's the left arm. Here's the right arm. Let's do 53 on that. It bothers me a little bit that the arms are moving at all. This feels like... Oh, wait a minute. There's some stuff going on. I can see it changing. It's changing from the first... Second, okay. So there, to there, to there, to there, to there. Is there more? Are there more keys? Why would it go, if all my keys are the same key value all the way across, why is there any interpolation at all? That part I do not get. See, as I drag over here, it's interpolating. But from -53 to -50, oh, so weird. To 53, 52. Here at least it's the same. Here it's going. No, it's kind of like it's doing a little curve type thing when there's no interpolation needed. It's going from negative 53 to negative 53. It's weird. I do think it had the end result of making the animation a lot more subtle, which is what I wanted to do. So maybe I won't torture myself over why it doesn't just avoid any interpolation at all. I could remove the keyframes if I wanted. That would do it. Okay, let me just check before I lower my standards. Let me look at the original animation. Yeah, his arms are swinging out quite a bit more there. Okay. It's not working in a way that I understand, but it is giving me the result that I wanted to have. So let's save all that. Okay. Weird. They're kind of chittering. They did start out compressed, which is cool. And they don't all animate the same way either. There's one dude that's just like rocking out over there, just to my southwest, and others that look a lot more chill. Like the one right next to him appears not to be moving at all. Let me check that out. Yeah, this guy. Boom, 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 boom. Let me check one thing. Is Stan getting called a whole bunch of times? That's what I want to know. No? I don't think compression's getting set a whole bunch of times. No. I wonder. I've not done a lot of debugging with these guys with animation. I wonder if there's some way I can see what state it believes it's in. You know, there would be if I didn't have it in maximize. Let me try one more thing. So, the thing I'm curious about is if this twitchy guy is going to retain his twitchiness after I move a little bit. It might be that that cycle offset is influencing it. Well, now they're all the compressed guys are twitching about the same way. It's just really weird when... Okay, here's one that's twitching more than normal. Okay, but then he's not. It might correlate to that cycle offset thing. Just as a test. Let's just say it's going to be 0 every single time. Okay, now these guys are being pretty chill. Now they're not, but they're consistently fidgeting. Left step versus right step. So it seems like every other they fidget. Fidget. No fidget. Fidget. No fidget. So that would be left step. Take a look at that left step thing. It might be triggering some extra animation controller stuff. Those look exactly the same. Let's see what functions get called in the timeline. There's one up here. Hide hand trails. No, it's just that hide hand trails one. Okay. I just made a copy of this one and made a few changes. That's all I did. Okay. So something to set the step? No, it's just hide hand trails. Toggle step. I don't think this affects it, but it's useful to have it turned on so I can see easily what's going on. So I'll leave that for now. I'll be right back. See anything that would mess it up in here. Just to make absolutely sure it has something to do with that left step, I'm going to do that like that. Wait to do that. Okay, so no fidget, no fidget, no fidget. And then problems. So I created some problems with my little disablements apparently. The animation in Unity, it does a lot, but it is a weird black box. It bites me in the ass almost every time I try to do something. So now only one of them is working. For animation. Two of them are working, I should say. Okay, so I guess I'll put that left step back. Seems to not have a good effect. I don't understand why. This is nonsensical. Fucking Unity animation. See if that puts it back to its original state. Okay. Seems so. Let me test the other issues. Is it gonna compress when it gets next to a block? Yes, it will. Well, he's already kind of got other reasons to compress though. Okay, this guy down here is compressed. He's not near anything else besides the block, so that's good. Okay, so that behavior is fine. And I do like that this guy pushed a block, and instead of knocking all of the people off, it correctly came to a stop on the other heavy. So that logic that I wrote a long time ago works. Let's see if okay. Anyways, let's go back to the scene. That guy's fine. Let's pick one that's not fine. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Now it's showing me exactly the thing happening that I'm seeing on the screen, which is good. Now if I can just figure out why it's continuing to start over, stand compressed. What if I turn this off? It goes to stand. Just looking for any difference between the two. There's just this needs compression, true or false. I don't know why it's starting over the animation. And there's settings here too, I'll look at that. Okay, let's see. Can transition to self is different. Let's turn that off. That's it. That's it. That's the deal. Okay, got it. Oh, okay. Stand compressed versus stand. Let's try it again. Okay, they've all got the same cycle offset right now, which is fine. Cool. Cool, I fixed it. Nice. So let's re-enable the cycle offset. Okay. This could be the victory demo right here that ends the session. Good chance it will be. I don't know of any other bugs. I think I fixed that last one. Maybe I can get one up on top. Okay, one more. Should be empty. Should be empty to your west, to your east. Huh. This guy here, I'm thinking he should be spreading out. But he's compressing. Also, I wish I would have used squeeze instead of compress, because compress is sort of an overloaded term, and if I'm reading code later I might think I'm trying to save memory or storage, or no. Let's see. Trouble is, if I set a breakpoint, it'd be a little bit tricky to figure out which exact one is the breakpoint. Let me see what the CRH is on this guy. Column row height. Sometimes I'm a little bit sad that I don't have like a first-person shooter capability on this thing. No, not first-person shooter, but first-person point of view. Because there's some like nice graphics here and there. I kind of like seeing these guys close up. Ooh, it seems like this is not updating. Okay, never mind that part. I need the hierarchy. Is it updating? Yes, okay. So the guy I want to look at, easy way to find him is he'll be the only one that is at height 29. Okay. Okay. 28. There we go. So what's the thing that's tripping him up? Probably can walk too, but we'll see. So the first one's going to be north. I don't think that's what's messing him up. Could be wrong. I think it's walking either west or east. Okay. Next one will be south. I think he's fine going south. Okay. West or east? This one's going west. Wall will not block. Can move to, that's a bad thing about the debuggers. I can't seem to step into the second of two expressions that are evaluated. But I don't think it complained there. Let me set a breakpoint on can move to for the next call. Oh, it would be this right here. I guess it's good to have that there so creatures don't destroy each other. Okay, because the piece that this is a pretty minor thing to worry about. So what if he compresses while he's standing up on a step, one above an adjacent creature? So what? It's not worth 2 hours of fretting over this thing. I would have to write an alternative obstacle check, and then that obstacle check would end up getting out of sync with the first one, which is truly serving its purpose except for this one little weird case. And it is actually doing something correctly for me. It's keeping the heavy from trying to walk on top of another heavy which is not pushable. If he did try to walk onto him, I would be in trouble. I wouldn't be able to write any code that would reconcile that. Other pieces that are pushable, it's fine. He just walks into them and they get pushed out of the way. Let me just think about it just a little bit. I might try to fix it. So the thing is, it's not whether or not he can move to that square that's important. It's whether is there anything in it that would make him visually look bad. So I am over-checking when I say, can you move into that square? Can you walk to that square? That's a way to see if there's an obstacle there. But it's a more complex question than is anything in that square that's going to obscure him when he's letting it all hang out. So, you know what? I think I will write my own separate function that doesn't call can walk to. Yeah. Looks like he widened up over here too. Okay, cool. Okay. C is called delta DC equals rho plus delta DO. Let's see, are there any O square things? I don't want them to compress for the things that are on the ground. Ice, road squares. I might want him to compress for rails, which are kept in the O square. let's just say. Rail piece. I'm gonna go on my pieces. Z, yeah, I'm still going. Yeah, 6 hours, ain't nothing. O pieces, maybe so. No, I've had some that are 9. I've had some that are 11, I'm pretty sure. Thing is, I like it, it's fun. So, why wouldn't I do it? Bonus piece, I think that's on the M layer. Yeah, cool. Block piece is M layer. Axle controller, that might be O. Is a multi-piece controller a piece? No, it is not. Yeah. Don't need these, I'll just get rid of that junk. Yeah, I was close to earlier, and then I kept on finding like one little thing, and I don't want to stop until my mission of the session is done, which is to get these heavies to 100%. Okay, ice, knob, let's see, letter gate piece. This letter gate piece, no layer, M layer. Letter gate is O, okay. top wall piece, I want to say that's O. It is. Spoke piece, I think, is M. Yep, it's M. Cool. Track piece is a floor covering. Knobs. Might as well get those in there. Okay. Water knob and doorknob. Oh, okay. Heavy piece. Those casts look like they might be a little bit expensive, so I will do a check for the height, or the wall height first. Okay, let's go to piece, so I can borrow the same code. Can walk to maybe is in wall. That might be a better one. So heavy piece. Let's see. Okay, let's try that. I'm hoping this fixes it properly. Okay, they are compressed. Good. There's one uncompressed guy there. Everybody else is correctly compressed. He's compressed by the wall. Yay! Okay. This guy is uncompressed. Is that guy uncompressed? That would be perfect if he is. Let's check him out. If he is, I'll call it victory. Oh yeah, he's got his arms out. Like he knows he's got room to spread. I wish I could see these guys up close in the game more often. They look kind of cool. Okay. Alright. I'll play my little song that I did last night, and I'll do a little victory lap here, and then that'll be it. That'll be the end. I let them all down there, and now they won't come back up. That's just a level design flaw. Okay, I'm gonna call that victory. Heavies, 100% done. Z, I'm gonna take off. Have a good evening. Razafon, I don't know if you're still on, but yeah, thanks for joining a little bit. It's fun talking with you. Anybody else that's still lurking there, yeah, enjoy your evening or day. Catch y'all later. Stop in the street.